Alright. Somehow ended up in the jungle in this game. We'll see how it goes, but don't really have high hopes for this. Hate this role. But what can you do? I have to give solo to someone else. Is that reach? No. I'm guessing I fucked up. Probably should have my 2 in jungle. Not too slow. Probably fucks mid more than me. If anything. I'm here too. Look for Yemo if you can. I'm waiting for cooldowns if you can just keep running. Wait, they don't have any ages as this game? Man, I'm in heaven. Yeah, I want to gank him. Does he have the dash up with the big ult? He didn't. Easy. I'll take it. I'm away. I don't have an ult though. Ah, my bad, man. And I'm cooked. That's an ult. I'm gonna look for him when my ult's up. Like if my guess is nothing, but I don't know. Maybe tweet about it. I wonder if Athana while his blink is down. I ripped my triple. That's okay though. Yeah, it glitches at 100. So if you hear people being really loud, just tell them to cut it down a bit. For some reason, it's so blocky. Two speeds. Yeah, I gotta get out. Than ult on me. I just didn't have ult up yet. Zeus is in mid with 1 HP still. He's walking up. Yeah, I don't think I can beat a Modred though. Not with Bumbas. I'm level 10 and a little bitch. That means nothing now. Now I'm old and washed. Yo, you can block Osiris Aspect. Don't be scared to pluck the emoji here, man. She'll just die. I'm on my way too. Just a emoji diff, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Emoji's just running around shitting on us at this point. She's so fat. You're actually kind of quiet for me now, adapting. Can you turn yourself up just a little bit? Are the rocks up? Yeah, he's probably just diving you. Sure. Out of range. Yeah, they're worded below here. Yeah, Thanos coming to them. I'm coming left. I'm coming mid. This is super long old div actually. This is the gold. Careful Sobek, Than and no shoe there. The turret shot. This is well done. Yeah, I mean, you're Apollo. Go for it, man. Bro, they're gonna go fire now. I'm pretty sure they are. We're both just going in now. They're leeching it. I think we go in. Shibboleth has 1 HP. The emoji is just stiffing me again. She's just healing everyone. Shielding everyone. I don't know, I think you guys just get out. Then all done. Bro, he's behind you, man. Valerian! What are you doing? Okay, I can't listen to you anymore, man. Thanos no ult. I think he has blink, yeah. Oh, then gold. No. Have fun. I need to back. They know we're starting it. Sobek, can you just hang it up? Sobek, can you tank it? Look for Thana, guys. I think we just get out, it's like reset, go back. I mean, just go back on fire. Thana is dead, I think it should be free now. He's the only problem on that team. Well, Yamoja as well, but we can kill her. Yeah, plug anyone. Emoji coming in from behind. Dude, the wall was in the way. No. I keep forgetting I should ban Emoji over Ares at this point. That character is so stupid. It's fine, man. Don't worry about it. Sorry, guys. I haven't really looking at chat too much. I've been a little too focused on just communicating in this one. For a second, I kind of forgot I was actually streaming. But that's unfortunate. Like the main annoying part about playing Tsukuyomi into their team comp is just I always land in something. Like I may like half HP the Zeus or some shit, but yeah, it's just always land into something and just take a shit ton of damage. We don't have the Apollo for a while. That's that all down. They're going on in right. That's huge then. Yeah, just don't die for it, Topek. We don't want to defend this. Thin in the air, thin in the air. Surely Bullis so much damage, man. Early and late, that shit is ridiculous. He's always been that way, though. He's always been that kind of type of character. Because he has, like, he is somewhat weak early on. He always has been, just comparatively, because he doesn't have any ability damage really to rely on. So he's been like an auto attacker. Really crazy, and you Smite 2 can farm the enemy team with 20 minutes. That one bad call, and it's like they were never behind. It happens more frequently in Smite 2 for sure, but it also happened in Smite 1. It depends on the metas. Right now in Smite 2, like it definitely is like it is pretty quote unquote easy to come back. Because all you realistically need is actually just if you're really far behind and you see a big shutdown, all you need to do is kill that one shutdown. If you can, give it to whoever's the furthest behind, and they'll just fucking catch up. Shutdowns are so huge in Smite 2. It is very strange for sure. It doesn't feel great either. Like you're just farming the whole game, you're just absolutely destroying everything in your path. You die once to your opponent, and they're basically back. I do think they have to do something about that. While I do think it's good that you can always like come back into a game, you should never be punished for, making a simple like just one mistake. Well, not never. I guess, well, how can I phrase it so it makes sense? It's more like if you're just winning the whole game, it doesn't make sense that you make one mistake and you're just, you're suddenly on the back foot. That seems incredibly unfair and doesn't incentivize you trying to do anything aggressive at all when you're ahead. And I don't really fully know how they could potentially fix it. I just think it's an issue with Smite 2, and I don't know, some characters are just so OP that it doesn't matter how far behind they are, they will still be a threat. Continuing. Oh yeah, let me just watch myself die again here. So cooldown boots into Warlock Sash. It's the first time I'm seeing that type of build, at least in this tournament. In our games, anyway. Oh, Furious ult. It's weird how back then, in this specific meta as well, the game overall just felt a lot more skill-based than Smite 2 does right now. Because while I was not necessarily always a huge fan of the double relic system, I do think it's better than one. I think it's more fair, at least. It's kind of a weird like mix of it, because having two relics means you're just generally so much more safe. But having one relic also means there is zero counterplay in some situations, and I hate that even more. Pick the Hebo to counter the Chakan solo. I don't think that was why the Hebo was picked, but What do I know? Different times. This isn't even a bad matchup for Hebo. Like, Ryan's or Hebo, I would generally say goes into Hebo's favor. He's slow immune, Ra can never really stick to him, and this is Smite 1 Ra, so you don't have the auto damage in the 2. So, how the fuck does Ra ever fight into it? I was banning. What the fuck did I just miss? What happened? Just CC'd. Hebo all did not a lot of damage. Wait, what is he building? Huh. I mean, he's full damage, so. Osiris. I'll probably be playing a decent amount of Osiris today, I think. Dude, how did Lobster actually live this? Just sprint? Yeah, I just sprinted out. The sprint was so broken, man. What is that? Dude, double fearless. Oh. Oh no. Run, Lobster, run! It's a Paul model, can have it back. Though this one was a recaller, but yeah, I get you. I do like this model more too. But that's something I'll say for most of the older models in the game. Not only is it obviously a nostalgia thing, but I like the stylization of the game more than I did now. Because now everything has to look so realistic. Don't get me wrong, that's not a bad thing. If they wanted it to look like that, that's fine. But they shouldn't have stylized in the first place if that's what they were end up going to go with. Because some of the characters looked so cool before. Or like they just had their own style. Like I don't want to make it sound like the new ones are bad, because they're really not. But they just changed style all of a sudden. It lost a lot of the artistic flair that it used to have. And personally, I found it more appealing to look at. Palmer looks so bad, objectively worse. I mean, the thing is, I do think the old one needed an upgrade, because I think that one looked really bad. But it was more like a graphical update it should have had, not a rework. I get what you're saying though, because he was ugly as fuck. He was so pointy in his face. It's like a gremlin. But I liked it more, regardless. And the autos were better. That's another thing. The autos were actually just better in terms of the animation. What am I against? Bologna? Bologna? A little bologna. This smells like an Aegis game for sure. Celebration. Surely this matchup isn't bad for me. I don't actually think Bologna should be that bad for the Aspect Osiris. I won't be autoing much anyway. As long as I can just hit my once, I should be good. But you never know with how OP Bologna is right now. Fuck. I'm too slow. This is definitely just wait a few levels. Cannot boxer. You are eternal. This is back. I have no reason to stick around longer than I have to. Definitely don't want to risk end up dying here. This match should be free as long as I don't fall behind. And the second we go past 5, I think I just win the matchup. He also just heals too much, I think, right now, for me. Fuck. Maybe before he hits level 5, I can take advantage of this. Yep. Ooh. Janus ult down. I think so, yeah. So many don't even know how to deal with it. Like, he could have just ulted away. That's what I was expecting, but just not expecting the damage output. What did you just do to her? What, I mean, what I just did is why this should be banned and completely nerfed. This was done to me 2 nights ago, and I decided I don't ever want to deal with it again, so I am playing it unless it is banned. Because I ain't dealing with it. And it's something I can pick into anything. That's also a big part of it. It's the same thing with Wukong. I can pick a Wukong if I guess I feel like playing it. It's just Wukong isn't something that is fun to play every time. So yeah, I mean, I won't play Wukong if it's just every game that it's open, but I'll probably be playing a pretty decent amount of just something I can play into anything today. I can't keep whining about losing, you know, if I just keep playing weird shit anyway. Off stream, I'm playing shit like Mercury solo and stuff, and it's just... Even though that didn't go bad, if I really want to win, I gotta just pick the shit that's good, you know? No, the rocks fell all the way out here. Okay, I mean, I wish I knew who TP'd. Dude, if I knew he TP'd, I would have actually... Fucking hell. I was gonna just go for my backs, maybe get my blue, see if I could stall long enough for my TP. But apparently he TP'd, bro. Uh, of all the places to get ganked, man. That one was the worst. It's the only possibility where it doesn't go well for me. Fucking tragedy. At least my blue should still be up. I'm backing off. Yeah, that's done as well. He dashed in the jungle somewhere. I'm away, if you want to fight it. Alright, just fall back then. I got him. Seems weird. Yeah, it is. It is very strange, but it's very, very powerful. If that wasn't obvious already. Let's get that. Different is a good word for this. Bad ain't it? They do have the ward on this. Nah, that leads it, I guess. They're on purple now. I got the purple. This is pretty rough, because like our duo lane is just... I imagine Athena is having a tough time because of Artemis, but it's looking pretty bad so far. That's so tragic. Dude, why does he a shell in the first place? Oh, Odin, I guess. But... damn it. It could be because he's also not playing Emoja, but he's not a bad player. He's been in the queues. But what's an Athena gonna do if you can't follow up on her taunt, you know? Apparently get a double kill, but I imagine that's because of adapting. My point being, in general, is just... we have an Artemis right now feeding their absolute butt off. That was huge, though. That was a really good fight for us on there. Despite them getting gold. I assume Bellona did this, yeah. I just want this damn tower. Pretty sure someone did this. Felt like I heard a warp being placed, but maybe not. I'll try and TP over in time. I guess they're all mid, doesn't matter. Should've just backed. I'm running from base. Oh, we didn't get Bellona? Damn. And I've missed both my abilities. Keep it all down. Bro, Athena, stop taking all the kills, man. Let your carries get some kills. Like, my poor Odin is level 12, man. He could have gotten that. I guess he's actively trying to get the kills. Like, he's sundered the kill, man, instead of just saving it for objectives. Yesterday I realized Prophetic Cloak is the best item in the game. It's pretty good. I mean, it's okay, I guess. I don't really like it very much. But I think a lot of that just comes down to the fact that I don't like protection as a whole. TBH. But, yeah. Balloon all down. I'm gonna chase the Sobek, careful. I should get him eventually. I meant to get another word, but I gotta move my ass just in case they're going to fire. Oh, fine. Red's up. Yeah, I think we just gotta focus on objective, boys. Let me zone. Yep, just go back to Pyragus. Bo, just tank it up. Just go on Pyra, man. I'll zone. Kills mean fucking nothing. Yeah, let's just go for it. What's the 3 with Aspect? It's yeah, it's literally the same thing. Like, the main problem with the Aspect so far seems to be the fact that it still scales with protection. Which I don't know if it's intended or not. Because it's got a lot of protection scaling. But when you go int, you still have a fuck ton of base damage, and you can just, it's kind of like how the Apollo Aspect was in the beginning. Where you just had a million twos, or ones, I mean, and it did so much damage because you just had more of them. Even though generally the damage was reduced on it, it's still just a lot of abilities to throw out. Yeah, no beats. They just ulted. That's blown ult and super gold. And Artemis, can you just group with us instead of running around alone? I think we have to pull fire. Like, Artemis is literally just dying on cooldown. That's Janus ult, just get out. I'm good if you can just get out. I'm gonna finish my starter, I just need a few hundred gold. And she's dead. $11k. $10k. $8k, they ward under me here. $6k. Yep, get out if you can. This is good. This hybrid version looks much better than the int version. It is much, much better. Because for some reason, he still scales off of protections. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. So now it's just a hybrid bitch that scales off of protection. So, and this is not my idea, by the way. I got shit on by this by April in solo, and I was like, dude, there is zero counter potential to this shit. Like, I guess the only counter potential is, like, you can still just gang up on him. It's still an Osiris, and now that you don't have an ult essentially giving you a jump, he is still easy to kill. Let's focus on gold, guys. We can still get it. Just let me sow. I can do it by myself. Just start it. Keep it and super golds down. Keep it no dash. Yana's all done. Another really broken part that I didn't realize at first, his ultimate is just like a 50-second cooldown in this aspect. It's such a low cooldown. You can just throw it out. Damn, can't finish my item. That was a lot of ones, yeah. Sour gold is big for me. I guess I could still maybe board out. I fucked up actually, because I missed too many of my ones. If I just finished off so big earlier. How does the 1 seed even work? It's based off the fragments. Look at my passive. It costs 4 fragments to throw my 1 out. The more cooldown you have, the faster it will go up. Hello, Nectura. Yeah, look. That costs 4. Goes up at a decent pace. It's about like a 5-second cooldown. Maybe 5 or 6-second cooldown. But then I also have like Genjis and stuff, so when I get hit by magic damage, it's good. You want red Dapping? Can I take it? Run to us, Odin. Run to us. Like, just group, guys. We have to stay grouped into the comp. He also doesn't have Aegis, and he's a full damage Odin. That's rough. Into their team comp. That is very rough. We don't have any. I'm okay. Not bad from awards. Oh, nice. Do you still get mids with the passive? That's actually a good question. What do I lose? That's a good... 1% damage dealt mitigation. I guess so. Based on how whole he is. Okay, so it's still based on how much I... So if I use both my ones, I don't really have any mids. But if I do have, like I do right now, I still have my mids. Yeah, I think so. I think they're on gold. Oh, so back here. I got Cupid with me. Balloon ult. Nice, good job. Just back and fire, I think. Oh. I think you're doing huge work with the taunt now. So back there, and he has Sunder. That's the block down. And his ult. We should push as well while they have two people dead. Sure. My ult's down for 20. Cupid beats. Damn, missed most of my kit there. Cupid is actually hardest one for me to deal with now, because it's just an ADC now with Pen. I guess I'm dead. Boys, just get the Cupid. You have 10 seconds for Tsukuyomi. Yeah, you'll get it. Yeah, I mean, that's just... It's 0-14, man. I mean, I get it, alright? It's not a great matchup for him, and I'm guessing he probably didn't go Aegis. So... Like, it's tough for him because he's into a Sobek, right? But yeah. That's some crazy work. The thing is, like, it's not like I can sit here and say that I would do better, because it's just Artemis into their team comp as a whole is not good. Any single one of them, maybe outside of the Cupid, is where I would say that's a terrible matchup for you. Tsukuyomi you can turn on as you can on anything if you have Aegis. But since he didn't have that, he's just screwed into Tsukuyomi, he's screwed into Bellona. Yana's ult can easily hit him. Sobek can obviously plug him if he doesn't have beats too. So it's just cooked. This is just not an Artemis game as a whole. This is just one of those games where the one relic situation just doesn't fit you. You just cooked. It ain't great. Like, any good player will just... In general, Artemis is just not considered good right now. Someone had to be the trap. Well, he didn't have to go right and always die, you know? If he stayed with us, at least we could maybe, you know, punish whoever went on him. It was mostly that. Like, him dying a lot wasn't really the main issue. The main issue was he wasn't grouped. The damage was insane. Yeah, it was. I had to try and go on you. Like, you were actually my main issue. Because once you hit late game as an ADC, that's the biggest problem for this Osiris aspect. Because you're just a low mobility frontline. You're a true relic believer, yeah. I'm probably a bit in the middle because I don't like two relics, but I also don't like one relic. I said it earlier, but my point of view is this. With two relics, you're making some characters almost fucking impossible to kill. But with one relic, you're making some characters unplayable because there is zero counterplay. So you're fucking both sides. I don't know how they can really balance it. It's weird either way. But I do think they should bring back two relics because they designed the game around it. So yeah, technically I am a two relic believer that way. I just don't like the fact that there is no counterplay sometimes. Because right now, since Tsukuyomi came out, he's a god you absolutely need Aegis against. Otherwise, you're just gonna get one shot late game with no counterplay because you can't hit him in his ult. On top of that, so many characters in this fucking game you need beats. It's insane. And sometimes you have Odin as well, where you need Shell, Bellona, or not Bellona, Yamoja as well. This is so much shit, man. It's too much. I actually, no joke, I do think you should just give everyone beats. Maybe this is an insane take, but I feel like you should just have everyone have beats. Remove the beats team relic. Remove that one. We don't need another one. But everyone should just have beats. And then you can choose a second relic. I actually think that would be decently fair. You could maybe up the cooldown on beats then. Because right now it is a pretty low cooldown. They kind of, try to balance it around having a single active. But it just makes no sense, man, as it is right now with the relic system. There's too much CC in the game for you not to have beats. But in most cases right now, you need Aegis. It's bad game design. Yeah, I mean, this is an issue that we will be having a lot more next patch. Because the character named Eset will be coming to the game. One of the characters who is just known for having an insane amount of CC for a mage. Have fun. Have fun. It will not be fun. She'll be a support, and she's gonna run you down. She's also gonna be full tank. Yeah, people will actually build, like, people will pick shit like Da Ji, Ares support, Tsukuyomi jungle, I guess Tsukuyomi solo maybe. I just pick this type of comp where you have to have beats or ages, but you can't go both. I mean, Eset will be a menace. She'll fuck up the queues for sure. She'll probably ban a lot, I would imagine. Waiting for Artio? Me too. I actually started in Season 11 with Artio. I'm actually an Artio enjoyer now. Give me that. Let me fuck up all the people with cripple. Can we watch a pentakill? Sure. Actually, maybe we can find it in the... I guess it's probably not in here. Okay, I'll find it. I actually checked Deathwalker. Apparently they didn't save the VODs from that set, which is really sad. But it's not the only set missing. Someone fucked up somewhere. The original Dignitas versus Team Solo Mid matches don't exist. Only the grand finals were met again. Which makes me sad. I was going to watch them. So by this point that I'm watching now, it has already happened. Because this is the set we play after that. So you build the OP Osiris build? Yeah, I had to after you shat on me with it. But I mean, it would make sense if it's bugged, because something's definitely wrong with it. Oh, dude, the VODs back then were... Why were they so laggy? This my one looks so shit, that does. Nostalgia hitting hard sometimes, but not this time. I like the art style more, but that's it. Good old Kins. I remember half the exchange here was so lucky for me. Because they just didn't focus me at all. Like, I was literally just running around doing whatever I wanted. This one right here. The Impale, I got my 2 off right before the Impale. I remember clenching my ass because I got knocked up, and my 2. You see the animation go off, but I still got impaled. That was super lucky, otherwise this probably wouldn't have happened. But I guess pentas in general are generally just like a lucky chain of events, otherwise it won't really happen. If you had Rage here, by the way, Krivamana Bros Merciless, it was, I mean, didn't I have Rage that game? I think I did. Maybe I didn't yet. Why am I ADC? Okay. I would definitely rather play ADC than jungle. Dude, these bots are so shit. They're so, they're so laggy. What were they doing? Who's frying the systems in the back of this tournament? I was just about to pick Thanatos. Fuck. What am I playing? I gotta play Ullr game, I guess. This was back when tier was really broken. Mages were really good in the jungle. Like, Hebo Freya. Freya was banned. She was also a good jungler at the time. Dude, make it stop lagging is actually tilting me. The Aegis could be used in CC, chills. probably it's probably 2011 technology or something like that. Like the tournament was from 2012 or 14. I mean, wouldn't be surprised if the equipment was a bit cheaper. You know, this was the first. You know, people will always say no, but technically this was the first like worlds, I guess, or like the basis for worlds, where it was like the first international tournament. Otherwise, it was just purely regional before those. So I wouldn't surprise me if they were testing a lot of shit at this time. Probably didn't have the best equipment. I think that's pretty safe to say. Old Sov icon, yeah. It seems very high res for a item. Like when I'm looking at it here, it looks very detailed, but it's just a mush. Looks like more of a mush than all the other items. Oh, okay, dude. Of course, I'm meeting Ares when I play Euler. Jilts. But I am against the Medusa, so I guess I have to try and take advantage of that. Carve the Barber. That's a nice name. Miss Green Poly looked better. I don't actually mind the new Poly. I think it looks cool. Purple is a good color, man. That's a cool picture. I miss Old Urchin. That's what I miss. Because what the fuck am I looking at here? This is essentially what Hide the Urchin is now. I don't like this item. I think it's okay. And once again, I said it last game too, actually, because someone mentioned it. But like, I just don't think that item is good. But I think that comes from the fact that I don't think most of the protection items are good. I think they're just mostly bad. Pen is too powerful. Or just damage dealers as a whole. We don't have Sunder, okay. You always go Sunder, bro. Yeah, no Sunder, Billet Flop at level 1. It's not great, but I stole the buff at least, so that's good. Good for me. Got some solo XP on that. Yeah, man. Kind of expected that, to be honest. As long as Ares gets to go in, he just unders it, so. That's why I didn't really want to go for it in the first place, but I guess getting this under isn't a bad thing. Kind of want to stick around, actually. I'm Moon, but we could fight over blue buff. They will walk in. Unless they're wards. I got the kill at least. Where Latin ult? Yeah, I mean, he couldn't really have ulted anyone else, but it wasn't really great. Like, level 5 Aladdin ult, like, I'm not really sure we could really do anything with it. And I'm not even sure Bacchus was level 5 when we actually started that fight. It might have been okay if he was. He eventually hit level 5. It might have been from creeps outside, but either way. It was pretty awkward. I would say we're lucky that we even got one kill. And I survived. I wasn't expecting to. Okay, dude. That's so sad. Chat, that was Medusa Beast, right? Let me just make sure. I was all done. Just gonna keep Medusa out. Pretty awkward. I might have just give up speed buff here, which I fucking hate. Because I'm already behind in XP now, after that fight. Medusa got the kill on him, on me as well. Caraway is a non-ADC game, or name. I think it's decent. You can sprint it down on any character. Tragic. It's just the field's bad moment now. I'm so far behind in XP. And on her is gonna be here. Their comp is so bad for me, I know there. I'm rotating for Honor if he's still around. He's here. Guys, I need help here. Like, Ares and Honor here permanently. I'm gonna need some help eventually. Yeah, I don't know why I'm alone in the first place. I lost my tower as well. This is exactly why this role is ass, by the way. This is why I don't want to play it. Because it feels like you're fucking playing alone half the time. And I'm just getting camped by the enemy jungler, and my fucking Bacchus is doing fuck all, and I don't know what my Aladdin is doing either, so... Aladdin will be there late game either way. I don't really blame him much for that. But why my Bacchus isn't around is a bigger mystery. And now all Thor isn't left. Being actually sacrificed. They're doing the Naka first. I'll just see if I can do a cheeky sneak. Honor is half HP. So is Ares. That might be gone gold. No, they're not. This is rough. Woof. That's a chosen. At least I'm only a level behind-ish now. Maybe he's close to 13, I'm not sure, but... I don't think so. Bacchus used everything. On her ult down as well. Okay. Tragic. That is. Portal. Nice. I fucked up my combo there, but that's fine. I know why Bacchus is chasing the on her. I mean, not necessarily a terrible idea, but we probably fucked up more than Bacchus did there, to be honest. I think I probably could have secured if I didn't just suddenly swap to the Janus. Because he got it with a fucking auto, bro. That's so tragic. I panicked a little bit. But oh well. At least we got the kill on him. Sure. He's in the back somewhere. Hmm. I think I will do an early Titan Spain this game. So someone else TP here. Then I'm fucking out. Ares is left. Fuck. That's her all down. She's walking up. She's to tower land now. You shouldn't have a dash for like one. Nice, good job. Kind of fucked up a little bit. Just a little bit. Don't even think I needed to beat. I don't know why I beat even though I turned around. That was the main mistake I made there. Because now I'm just a snack to Ares. Can we just start gold? Wasn't sure if Giannis stuck around. Don't really think I'd fight him when he's 20 already. I wish not Medusa. Alright, I'll just push left then. I don't know, he's rotating a lot. He's losing so much fun for it too. But this is the Artemis from my last game, so. Yep. That's his beats as well. Did it blink? Giannis blinked down too. No! Didn't get the auto cancel off? That sucks. Man, thought I got Giannis there. That sucks. Also, there's like the World's League started, so I don't know how long I'll be streaming today, because I actually really want to watch that. I did miss some of the matches, so no spoilers, guys. I will watch the VOD. I'm gonna look for Giannis real quick while I have speed buff. Nice. We can just end, no? I think so. Hello, Caps. That's actually kind of scary for me. I almost, almost got pulled into the fountain. I forgot I didn't have beats. Well, I didn't forget, but I guess I forgot that Ares could just do that. And it could have been real bad for me. Chaspo showed up, man. It's actually getting kind of hot. I'm gonna open a window for once. If they add Warlock Sash to the game, I can just recreate that raw build. I'll be down. That seems like a fun raw build. Would I mean, in the current smite it would be terrible, but at least it would be fun. There isn't really like a wall access equivalent. There's like just a health item that gives a shit ton of power. The fountain would just fucking insta-gib you back then too. It's so funny. It would just take you for like 35% of your health. You don't even want to set a foot in there, you're dead. 3 levels up that game, I spent 5 seconds in duo, I get 3-man collapse done. Relatable, I mean, I was in duo and I kept getting 3-man collapse done. That game sucked for me. I was shitting on the Medusa, but it didn't really matter because there was an Ares sitting there, and when he wasn't there, Honor would show up. I was just never alone with him. But luckily, I had my team to just pick me up there. I missed it by a mile, but that's okay. Overestimating the range in the snipe there a little bit. Don't even think it reached into the room there. I have Blink as well. Beats Blink Raw, let's go. That's still something I would do if I could. I went Raw Blink B pretty recently. But that's a risky fucking move. Take care of the Apollo. Oh, knocked out of the... Damn. Rough Poseidon one, out of the Chuck one. It's tragic. This just makes me want to play raw. I want to snipe people now. Rough. Alright, what's happening? No, the Osiris was let through. Well, it ain't a raw game. Can say that much. It ain't a raw game. What do I pick into it, actually? There goes one of the picks I was thinking about, being Apollo. Baron, yeah. It's what I did last night as well. The only pick so far I've played that is good into it would be Baron. Let's try it again. It's just Baron is rough once we hit like mid and late game because I can't carry the same way because you just play a lot more supporty with Baron. I feels like dodge through at roughly the same time. Nice. Why are you dodging us though, huh, Nectura? What if you ended up on the same team, huh? Don't you want to play with us? Do you hate us? Can't believe you hate us. It's fair enough, I get you. No worries. It's scary. I am. And if you get too close, I'll bite. Count on it. Maybe not bite, but I'll nibble a little bit. Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, I was counter-picked. I picked the Baron for the Osiris, and he's not even in my lane. Presumably. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be against an Odin now, which really sucks. Fuck, I'm going to have to go Shell. Which isn't honestly that bad. There isn't anything on their team that is super scary that I have to beat or Aegis outside of the Hecate ult. And I can maybe make do with it. Maybe I'm okay. If I have Stampede, I should be okay to get out of it. Okay. Suddenly this is looking slightly rough for me, but... Baited you? No, it's okay. I mean, I was thinking myself what I should pick into it. Baron was a good call, because I wasn't thinking about it at the time. I probably would have gone something like Poseidon, which would still have been bad here. But yeah. This is probably still okay, I think. Like, with Shell, it makes this matchup doable. Same character and same role, I'm stealing your build. You do that. Only if you're against also a strength character, though. Because I'll be building specifically against a strength character here. Otherwise, it won't be fun for you. Because I'll have to go for some early protection into him. It is more than likely a Lifebinder regrowth angle. If you're not against a strength character, though, you can just do Genjis instead. But absolute ass clear. I forgot my potion! Oh my god, why am I Aspect then? What have I done? Just make the minions come to me, so I can't get zoned. Might just have to back early either way, because I fucked up by not getting my potion. I'm doing it. Fenrir is looking a bit cooked. Yeah, we can try. Odin will probably come. As long as he's alone, I should be okay with Shell. Whereas Cuckoo, like, I don't really want Cocolan, I'm not gonna lie. I think he's one of the characters that won't change for me just not liking him. I just don't like his kit. Odin old and beats. Which is lap and you'll cook him? Maybe. I mean, I don't think I'll lose. I just don't think I should be brawling him much either. Because once Odin hits like 7+, his 3 does a fuck ton of damage. So I still have to be careful. I can't just let him poke me. And I can't really rely on healing all that much outside of Lifebinder, since the 2 healing is just kind of bad now. At least until later. I'm away. Come to me. Yeah, I just don't have my ult. That's okay. By the way, Fenrir, Odin has beats, so it's very easy for me to force them. He should be a free kill. Odin TP'd. He's gonna be behind you guys. I'm following him. I got tailed. Yeah, if you guys want to win this game, you have to focus the Osiris. There's no other way. He has to die first. Yeah. But it's tough. Our CC isn't really very reliable this game. Probably, dude, I'm 2 levels behind now after that. This is so over. It's cooked, man. What a fucked up day. Odin ult. Guess I shouldn't have shelled. I thought I could get the wave and they wouldn't catch up. Like, why is he so fast for no reason? I guess he had blink, but I didn't hear him blink, so I don't know how the fuck they just caught up like that. I feel like a Cullen would be pretty bad in the current meta of Smite. Because he is, like, he's not necessarily low mobility. Like, he's kind of in the moderate vein where he has a few short dashes here and there, not to mention, like, a small jump. But he's still someone you can lock down pretty easily. Just turn on him and kill him. It's the same reason why moderate might be a lane bully, like a Cullen, but they still suffer from low mobility. Smart. His jumps back up already? Okay. Tragic. Missed everything anyway. Oops. Missed the creep. It does so much damage. I don't really have a jump or a dash to get away from it. And we're just not playing around mid and solo at all. Like, Fenrir hasn't been here once. Why are we sitting in duo? No, he didn't. Oh, well, I guess he did, but like he ulted me as well, because it has like 50-second cooldown. Another broken part of the aspect. This one just feels weird, because like Odin has fucking beats, man, and I can force it so easily if Fenrir decided to just gank. I got his ult and beats at one point. Just follow up, just... It means it's probably too late now, because he's fed as fuck. There is a chance, I guess. He's building full int. Maybe that's a chance, but... Let's just jump. That sucks, I guess. I got tail down, Fenrir ult down. Not Fenrir, Odin ult. Syl ult. Okay, of course, Odin's on the blue. I just wanted to secure my blue buff, because I knew they were probably going to show up eventually. That's so tragic. I mean, I didn't really want to do the imps in the first place because I thought they were gonna be there earlier. So this kind of sucks that Artemis wanted them. Be willing to play Mulan next game? I could do a Mulan game. It depends though. I'm not gonna do it into something like Osiris. Because I'm just a sitting duck. Get him. Nice. It's just perma shielding. He actually just has perma shield. I can't even kill him. That's his ult. Dude. That's so stupid. I know he's full CDR, but like the fact that he even does so much damage with it too is insane. I do think the biggest issue is they can just jump my most of my damage. There is a 3-level gap as well, that is true. Probably shouldn't have fought. Mm, yeah. I don't know why Fenrir didn't ult him when he was in the tower. Like, he doesn't have beats. He doesn't have beats though, Fen. You could have just ult him when he was in the tower. Like, they could int. They have Osiris without beats into the comp we have. That is definitely a real possibility once we have enough damage to just one-shot late game. Not to mention a full damage Odin with a shit ton of int. He might have a lot of cooldown, but I don't know. CC will help us a lot this game. Just put it that way. Osiris is very low. He stopped chasing me. Osiris ulted, but I mean, it's gonna be up in like 20 seconds anyway. Still that dash over the wall. I mean, you can try, but he has a shit ton of cooldown, guys. It's just perma-shielding. That was just a dumb chase. That's a Palo Beats and ult. I didn't. What the fuck? How did they know that was there? That's so weird. Alright, I'll probably just go power for the next next items. Maybe double pin. That sounds kind of fun. It's unfortunate. And we don't really have Sunder, so this looks pretty unstealable. I do actually think we have a chance, just because Osiris doesn't have beats and Odin is full fucking damage. It's the only chance we have. Paul in the air. Fenrir, please, just ult the Osiris, man. Like, he literally doesn't have beats. There's nothing he can do to stop you from doing it. He's also Aspect, so he can't even jump away with the ult. He should be the freest kill for you of all time. It's actually crazy how he hasn't. I haven't seen him done it once. Just do it, man. Don't know why I wouldn't just wait. Tragic. I thought his stash was gonna be up, so I tried to hurry it. Man, if I wasn't so far behind, this would be so much more clean, but just don't do enough damage. Once again, though, I do think this would have been winnable if our Fenrir just altered the easiest target on the map for him. He's the most fed one and the easiest. He has nothing, literally nothing he can do. Which is not entirely true, actually. He can boar away from the Fenrir, but if Fenrir plays it right, he just waits for the boar. It's just weird. I don't get it. Normally, I'm like, I can't always blame people for, because we're not all on the same level. But like, this is pretty basic stuff. You alter people without beats as Fenrir. Otherwise, don't pick it. Surely. It's the one thing the character does well. If you can't do that, then don't play it. It's a bunch of other shit that characters can do. Just pick the ones that don't do that specific thing instead. I'm away. I have Stampede if you come to me. Odin beats. I'm just dead. Just get out if you can. That's Odin beat. Jesus Christ. Odin beats. Fucking losing my voice after all this shit. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't really think we're being rude, man. We're just telling you what you need to be doing on this character. Like, if you're not gonna ult people as Fenrir, then why are you picking it? They're on fire. He dashed. He's also 3'd. Yeah, I couldn't get out. I want to do this and just help my team out, actually. Just get double pen items. Odin ult down. Yeah, that's exactly it. Now that we're starting to do more damage, once he does that... I'm away. My ult's back up. Helps us in the back, guys. And Sol, for that matter. Fuck. Shouldn't have even taken it. I got to no beats. Yeah, I guess. Nice, good job. 311. I feel this doesn't reflect how well I've actually played this game. Like, at all. That one wasn't great. We were just kind of over chasing, and I was just the one that got caught as a result. Would have been nice if my ult was up in time. Let's grab more wards. Maybe I grab a sentry instead, though. Nice. It's Apollo and Hekate ults down too. We could maybe force fire off of that. If we don't die, at least. Just leave Apollo, go fire. He's not worth it. I have Stampede if you want to try and chase him. Odin's around gold. Somewhere out there. Still all done. Hekate ult down. It's double beats. They will try and contest. Apollo in the air. No, he's above us. Alright, back in group, I guess. Ah, fuck. I need so little gold, actually. I want to finish my starter, too. As long as I land my 3, whoever we're going on should just have no protections left. Damn, is Vegana just destroying over there? Holy moly. Oh boy. Tankzilla, by the way. That did so much damage. Oh, he's also full damage. Okay, I didn't even realize. Never mind. They're just throwing now. I have Stampede ult again. I can look for Osiris. Does he have beats? Dude. Actually, insane. Weird fucking game. What was... Oh, he's just playing ADC this game, wasn't he? I'm so used to him playing being jungle. My game is starting? Well, what has that got to do with me, huh? I think actually I've made my way back to deity, haven't I? Not deity, demigod at least. Yeah, okay, actually way past that point. Did I only win today? Wow. Wow. Oh, what am I doing Thor build? Bluestone, Pendulum, Breastplate, Genji's, and from that I guess just go with whatever you want. If you want to start, yeah, probably as last I said, you can go Bluestone, Chalice, and Health, depending on how hard the matchup is. If you think you can beat the early matchup, then you should go rank 1X. Or just X, I think it's called. Yeah. You can keep going tanky if you think you want to be more tanky after that, or you can just go into damage after that as well. I like going damage, but that's just because I prefer doing that stuff. If you want to go like hybrid as well, you can go for like Sanguine Lash, obviously, and like Pridwen, shit like that. It's also not bad. There isn't really like a definitive build to do in ranked, I think. I think it's just whatever you want. Going full tank can work, depending on the game. But I generally prefer going hybrid. Can you tell who's first picking? Because I actually don't know. It's always order team, right? Blue and the red arrows after the X show pick order. Okay, I'll try keeping out for it. Oh, right here. It's kind of like it's kind of hard to see because of the blue background as well. I didn't even realize this shit. I didn't see it. Now I have to pick something that isn't Osiris. What do I play? Sloppy needs works for sure. I just want them to go down. Like, can we have the picks go down on the sides, please? Bends can be at the top, whatever. Looks like Vagana is probably just dodging anyway. He doesn't want a jungle. No, he's definitely dodging. It was Vegana. He tried to trade like 2 or 3 people. He doesn't want to play jungle. He's out. Mulan, you're right. I said I was going to play Mulan. Don't worry, it's being dodged. I can do a Mulan game after this. On the one condition that Osiris is out, because the Osiris aspect with Mulan or any other low mobility character will be impossible to be against. So that ain't happening. But I would be down in this match. If this went through, I would be completely okay with finally playing a Mulan game. It's actually so early. It's been a while since I started streaming early. I feel like it's like 5 by now, and like I'm supposed to go make dinner soon. I just haven't streamed at this time in a long time. Played Mulan Osiris lane the other day. I think it's a fine matchup. It's just because of the aspect being as broken as it is. I think without the aspect, it is manageable. It's still annoying, but it's definitely manageable. The aspect just requires you to have some kind of movement, it feels like. What are you cooking up today? In terms of food, I made lasagna yesterday, so I have leftovers from that. I feel like I was missing something. It was drier than it used to be, and I don't know why. I feel like I just forgot something. I forgot what it was. I feel like I didn't forget something, but it doesn't taste the same. I did use a different sauce, so maybe that is why. That's probably why, actually. Maybe the sauce is ass. It just doesn't have any taste. That might actually be a very real possibility. Oh, and the Giannis got bent. Sauce diff can be wild, yeah. It's a pretty big, like the Monet sauce is a pretty big part of it, so it actually does. I didn't even think about that for some reason. It probably was because of the sauce. That sauce just isn't good. I guess I want to buy that one again. Hua Mulan. Alright, story shit back up. What would you want as of a mana rework, if anything? It's tough because I don't want him to change. I like his kit, but I do think his ultimate is just bad for how Smite works these days. They would have to do something with the ultimate. I don't want to change his base kit. I think his 1, 2, 3 is so much fun to me that that's the main thing I don't want them to change. But the ultimate is just either completely broken or bad. There is no in between with Ronald. It needs some kind of other use. Like maybe you can have some other abilities in some way inside the ultimate. Maybe they could do kind of like a Cthulhu ult where you get a different set of abilities, or maybe as a Hades situation, maybe you can use an ability in the ultimate. Maybe that's insane. Maybe not the one. That would be kind of crazy. I don't know. But maybe you can throw out a slow. Like he needs something because you're not just gonna walk at people and they're not gonna stand still anymore. That's not how the game works. And you don't have sprint like you did back in these days, where you could use sprint as a hasten fatalis effect. So I don't really want them to change anything on him. Hopefully they just add something that makes him less bad in current Smite. We'll see though. I mean, some gods are just not made for competitive play or like high level ranked, so it is what it is. Okay, the game has started, but I kind of want to see what happens here. Decent Kraken. Dude, the knockup on the Kraken was huge back then. Pretty clean. Not bad, not bad. So what? I mean, it's raw, I guess. No, I mean it's Guan Yu. Oh, Aspect Guan Yu. So the inted one. All right, all right. Get this shit out of my inventory. I actually, oh yeah, I forgot about this. But back when Smite 2 came out, and I was thinking about what could they do to make Vamana a bit cooler. I actually thought that it would be cool if he could detonate his 2, or not his 2, his 3. So when it went out, because the damage on the 3 is very unreliable, right? Like it's pretty easy to miss, it's very easy to juke, all that stuff. They either make it faster, or they make it so that you can detonate, like press it again at one point to do the backwards damage in like a small circle instead, or something like that. I thought that could be pretty interesting. Just to give him a bit more like, it would maybe make him a bit OP in terms of poke, because he has the 2 as well. I'm not sure, but I thought that would be decent at least. I thought it'd be more interesting than just, I don't know, adding some other weird shit to it that he didn't need. Because I just have the vibe that they will just add something that is just useless on him. If I leveled my 3 there, I might actually have gotten the kill. That's alright though. I like getting my 2 early so I can start stacking it. Kind of a bad ability until you level it up. I accidentally leveled my 3, or my 2 again. No, dude. Actual kill potential right there. I'm playing this really badly right now. I'm just misclicking shit. Ow. I definitely, and I've said this multiple times during my time here, after seeing so many of the aspects, I want an int Vamana aspect. Absolutely. Give me int Vamana. Now that's something I think would be quite good. Gotta clear my way fast. Spawn already. Is that anti-jungle? It is. Okay. Go on, you ult down. On my way. Fine, just run. I'm dead, but they both have. If I had ult there, that sucks. Or even just my regrowth actually would have been really clutch. This actually might be... I'm gonna do it. It might be a brawlish game. Just because it won. That shit will be procced so easily. Blasted. Mulan is fun though. I do kind of miss playing her, but she's fun in lane. But once you start rotating and team fighting begins, you just get CC'd once and you die. That's the shit I hate. It's the exact same reason why I don't play much Mordred. Just trying to see if I could just bait on ult. Go on, you ult then. Let's just grab these. Yeah, it's definitely not worth fighting anymore. He's so tanky with that. Helm of Darkness still just being the highest protection item in the game is insane. One you're missing. Nice here, never mind. Uh-oh. Weird glitch. Are you okay now, Mulan? Just kind of skating around for a second there after using my 3. Pretty short Mulan game, but oh well. Damn, Viva's not having a great time without Scylla support there. My game, beta not final, crashed in 8 minutes. I restarted and was back 32 seconds later. My team F6 when I came back in, and I lost, yeah, double. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. It does feel weird how early you can surrender right now, after a DC. 178 is wild, though. That means your law. I mean, that doesn't even sound right, because that sounds like, dude, you lost like way more than even I feel like you do normally. Like, that's more than double. I haven't lost more than 80, I think, ever. And even then, that's quite a bit above the double. Good Scylla support shouldn't have fun. People are pretty pissed about it these days, yeah. She is really annoying to deal with, but I do think, after having seen it more, I do think it carries some risk, because she's not the greatest peeler. But I guess her peeling is technically just through damage, so. I'm banning the Osiris, I guess, because I am not solo this time, and I have Evis, so. They banned Bellona twice. Well, it's the enemy team that banned 2 Bellonas, so they would think we have the auto attack enjoyers in our team. Oh, you mean they banned it because they want to play DCs and stuff? Then maybe. But she's also just OP. Bellona is the best solo later in the game. Outside of now, maybe the Osiris Aspect. Well, definitely Osiris Aspect that's better, but Bellona is up there still. Yeah, Bellona is definitely OP. She is very, very good. Very high ability damage, very high auto damage. And the items in the game right now just suit her very well. Can you explain why she's the best right now? I kind of just did, actually. She just doesn't have anything bad in her. Her main issue in late game is that she's pretty easy to peel off. But she utilizes the current items very, very well. You go Devos, or with Death Toll, then Devos, then either Vital Lamp, Rip Talon. Like, what these 2 items next doesn't really matter which one you go first. Once you have these 3 items online, she heals so much that it's just unfair. You can't really box her in lane. She kills towers in seconds. She can solo objectives. Like, you don't have to do anything outside of that. You can just go solo objectives. I did this in my previous stream, I believe. So feel free to go check that out. I still have a YouTube channel, though I post all my VODs if you want to watch. Still think I have a link, but I don't think it works. Give me a second. Probably need to log in on Streamlabs. It's been a while. But I do have a bot channel. That's pretty much all it is. Sometimes I upload some clips, but that's it. Let me see, does it work? No, it does in fact not. Cloudbot, are you asleep? You are asleep. There we go. Just gonna check as well. Is this the correct link? Yeah, okay, it is. So it's just my VOD channel. It's just an archive channel. You can also obviously just watch the VODs on Twitch. That's also fine. But yeah. So in my last stream, I did the Bologna. I literally just I did win my lane, but we killed my opponent once. We did fire, but just me and my jungler, because I can just tank it indefinitely. And then I went and did gold, and then I went and did pyro. So I just did all the objectives on the map. This isn't just a Bologna thing either. You can do this on Sol as well. It's just Bologna does it the best. Sol is kind of a menace as well with that. But yeah, I appreciate the subs. It's not really anything outside of just the VOD channel for the most part, so you can watch it there, like the old VODs if you want. You can also just not. That's completely fine. But it does exist, because otherwise my VODs will be deleted after 2 months. So I had to make a VOD channel because I think it's sad that they just get deleted into the void, never to be seen again. What were the Bologna items? Sorry, Devo's Repton. I can just make it here for you. Let's find Bologna. Death Toll. Oh, this is just starting items. Death Toll. Okay, what the fuck is this? There we go. Doesn't it show everything? Bro, where is... Okay, I was just pressing the wrong thing. This screen is still weird to me. I don't use it very much. I don't like it. So yeah, you do this. Then you go Rip Talon. Whatever. I'll fucking type in the items. Either Rip Talon, Vital. And this is where you can just kind of fill stuff in. Though realistically, if you want to try hard, you should go Sanguine, because this item also has lifesteal on it. And here, I think you generally want to fill. Sometimes I go for like a Spirit Rope, because I want some kind of quick protection. That also works very well. You can either go, if they have a lot of CC, you can go Magi's. Maybe last you can have a... like a Nemean. Bro, where is all this shit? I gotta learn item names and just go with that. So yeah, you can go for something like this. This doesn't have to be Nemean. You can go for something else. This doesn't have to be Magi. It could be Nemean instead, and then maybe you go attack speed last item. So maybe I don't have this, but I have maybe like Dagger last, or see what else could it be? Who knows? It's a mystery now that I cube hopped. But yeah, that is a lot of stuff. I would say the first 4 items are pretty set in stone. After that, you can just go whatever you think you need. Turfing could work as well, yeah. I think I would go Berserkers if I had to choose, because I just like hybrid items. I'll probably go for something like that. Not to mention, I like getting more attack speed on Bologna. Had to rewatch some content to get back into the meta. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I'm down to answer any questions if I can answer them. Shit. I almost forgot to ban, and I ended up banning the Wukong instead of the thing I wanted to ban originally. Forgot to ban the Osiris. Paul stole our role. He did. He always does, man. Somehow. Absolute thief. Oh? Okay. I was about to say. I just don't like most of the ADCs right now, dude. I'll play Neath. I don't want to play the same shit every time. Like, I usually just go Jing Wei because I think she's the best option for me. Because she just, like, if I'm going shit on early on, whatever, I'll still be there with crit late game. But that shit's getting pretty boring if I play it every time. I'll do the same thing, but on Neath. Let me just farm until late game, and then I will one-shot it as well. And Neath is one of the most fun gods. She is, and she is broken. I really do think so. I don't think she's broken in ADC though. But I do think she is broken in mid. Just lost to Neath and solo as Thor. I think that's a skill diff though. I think Thor should win that matchup. Oh, it's Meekle on the Morgan. Dude, they're gonna have two Aladdins. The double Aladdin incoming. Is this gonna be a Rama jungle or CERN jungle? I'm guessing it's CERN. Of course, it's a skill diff, and I'll play Thor. Fair enough. I think it's important to admit, gotta know your strengths and weaknesses. It's the first step to improving. That's okay though. Can win them all. I want to do Conduit. You can play mages in solo too, so you don't have to pick a frontline. You can like if your team gets mad if you don't pick something frontline-ish, you can just pick something like Baron for solo. Just play it as a frontline still, It's still a mage. Let's go life binder and stuff. We probably win at level 3, So we just chill until level 3. Close. I'll just give him all the buffs here, I suppose. No cooldowns for 6. Dude, pots are regening so much. Look at his HP. Go up. Is that both a multi-pot and a fucking health pot? That's crazy. I'll back before purple spawns. I do wonder, maybe it needs like a Book of Thoth character. Not too sure. Is he coming in? He's coming in. Oh, that's more people here though. Oh, so we don't have a Osiris Aspect. Oh, damn, Paul, you didn't go for the Aspect? I'm disappointed. So we don't have Broken on our side, but Osiris is still decent, so. Ram all down. The fuck? What are they doing? What's my boy doing? That's really funny. That's my beats though. I'm definitely still in trouble here, potentially. Just gotta stay back for now. Yeah, I don't have beats for a while. It's down. You may wish just here. My ult's back in too. Ult Seagull. Rama is missing. Holy, what the fuck? Why was the third one so big? Ram ult down. I'm okay. I can TP as well. He did it again. He's missing now. He might be around red at this point. I have ult. Just let me know if you need it. I ulted someone. Worth it. I'll just give him blue. I don't really have the mana to contest here. I think I should have gone Book of Thoth. I might just delay my current item and go Book. I really need that mana. Mana regen. Four kills, barely any lead. I have a gold lead, but it's just Smite 2 in a nutshell. I think it's mainly the XP. He dashed. I can't see him. I see him. Hey, Waldrum. Good to see you. I'm TPing over. Where is Mori? No, she's down there. I'm gonna ult him. Oh, what the fuck? That was the decoy? He's here, he's here. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, I'm TPing back. My bad, I guess. I did not realize that was a decoy. Thought it was hiding from you. They're on gold. Yeah, fuck. I really want to help on that rotation, but I guess that ended up costing us everything on this fucking side of the map. Oh my god. For all the good I've done this game, that one was not good. My ult back up if you need it. Rough. It just looks like we're kind of getting fucked by the double Aladdin. Ram ult. He's just dashing me on cooldown. That sucks. My 3 just wasn't up in time. Should have waited until my 3 was up before I started poking back. Because of this item, he just heals a fuck ton as well. Can't even really poke. I can ult him in right. He's going into the right. We can try. I just dash. Ram ult down. I am surprised that last shot didn't actually hit me. He was scammed. Ulting him. I'm not gonna follow. It's too risky for me. My ult's back up in 15 seconds. He's half. I guess made some wards. I didn't know Ymir was here at all. Very tempted just to get up short now. No reason to delay it. It's gonna stop him from... What? Okay. I guess you can just block it with the decoy. That makes sense. That's so fucking stupid. Because that time I know I hit him. It did. He's low. That's Morgan beats as well, right? Oof, I almost fucking... CERN everything. I'm sad Rama got out of that situation. He's just getting so much farm. I rolled when I spawn. Double ADC lane, yep. Yeah, we destroyed our early laning. But that doesn't really matter. As long as they keep up in farm, then they'll be just fine. And at this point, Rama is just ahead of me, because I keep dying and he doesn't. I feel we kind of need some vision, though, for gold. Rama's low. Let me hear, he's rooted. Run to me if you can. I have ult if you need it. With underneath, maybe we can one-shot them first. But yeah, I mean, they have some broken stuff, for sure. Oh, Brahma's dead. Shouldn't even have wasted mine then. Ulted him. Good job. I'm TPing left. I'll wait outside. CERN coming in. I couldn't charge it fast enough. It's unfortunate. It is very, very hard for us to deal with our comp. With Aladdin just being the stupid, busted idiot he is. Fuck. If I could really finish up my build though, that would be nice. Not finish it up, I guess. Just finish Rod. That'd be so big for my build. Don't really want to risk this. Rama's on me here. Yeah, just gonna chase me. Persia, I'm dead. Murray is half. Yeah, fuck me. Got greedy for gold. Two of them backed. Aladdin and Morian left. That kind of sucks. We might lose someone and... Yeah. Help and left if you can. I'll take Ymir. Nice. I'll just back, whatever. Get some warts. The sun is hitting my face, though. You won, nice man. This one is looking slightly rough from us. We're just into double Aladdin. It's very hard to deal with. Alright, let me fix this shit real fast. Okay, I could have just done it with the pause, but okay. It's just tank Morrigan, man. Like, this is the real way you play Morrigan in solo. Because she's just impossible to kill. And then she turns into something, one-shot you, turns back into the unkillable bitch she is. It's kind of hard to play into. It helps her a lot, though, that she's kind of the last one standing on the team fight. We can try. It's gonna be pushed really hard and right, though. Yeah. Do you want me to rotate over, or do you want me to just push up? I ulted someone. I think someone will work in front. I guess CERN just did gold. I guess we lost that one 4v4 then. My ult's back up in 8. Oh, what? What just did 1k to me? That's crazy. Just crit me, I guess. That would have been good for me too. My 2 lands and I 3 him, I might be able to finish him off with the ult. Why didn't he dagger? It's just a Morgan glitch. He doesn't actually have dagger. It's just at one point he turned into someone who had dagger, and then then the visual stayed on Morgan forever. Unfortunate. I think this game would have been a lot more winnable if there wasn't for the double Aladdin. But Morgan just breaks the game, so not much to do about it. Do we ever find the legendary pentacle game? No. I looked around. It just doesn't exist. I also found out in like an old Reddit post, it's not even the only games that like missing. Apparently there are some other Dignitas sets that are missing. So Chakir was immune to damage in his ult, yeah. Yep. Indeed it was. I mean, the fact that this is even remotely, I mean, we're definitely winning hard in this one, but like, I guess never mind. I was about to say, the fact that it's remotely close is insane because we're so far ahead, but it's not really close. It's just they're doing desperate stuff, trying to go for this fire when they're really far behind. Dude, that was so good. How fast! Like, imagine dying to a chuck with sprint autoing you down. That's what this was. Pretty clean set overall. Is that Lassus I see? No, I don't think so. Maybe it was. And then it led into, dude, maybe I do watch the other sets. I kind of want to watch the semifinals. Snipe versus SK. Sholo. Okay, I have my roll. Thank God. Oh no. No. No, man. We have to deal with it now. Adapting, why? You have betrayed me. Oh shit. Oh shit. I mean, what do I play into it, bro? Fucking playing Anubis then. Fuck it. I was gonna pick Poseidon, so I panicked. So now it's Anubis. What would I have picked anyway? Because I don't want to play Baron again. It wants nukes. I didn't ban it because I was like, we first pick, so we can get it. Now we've just given it away. Bro. I'm so fucked in this lane. I literally won't be able to play the game, I think. Actually, this is probably a jungle Osiris. But even better, I'm against Motor or Chuck. I mean, both of those also suck for Anubis, so. I've actually just cooked myself. I picked one of the worst characters I could have into any matchup in solo right now. No, never mind. That is probably a solo Osiris. Dude, this is a really stacked queue. But because they have Osiris, I think they have the edge. Not to mention me and Adapting have picked shit mages. Our salvation here, unironically, is that... I don't know, we'll see actually. Because if this... He does have Aspect. Oh, yeah, we're fucked. I was about to say, our salvation is if he didn't go Aspect. Oh no. No, man. We're cooked. We're so cooked. I'm gonna play this so far back. It's a Chalice pot start on this Anubis. I've never done this. I will do no damage, but I will sit in my tower like the little bitch that I will be playing like this game. Vulcan's good, what do you mean? I don't think he is. He's so easy to kill for any frontline. He's situationally good. In general, he's not. He's one of the easiest mages to kill. Especially with a triple frontline. What's Vulcan gonna do into a Chuck, Mordred, and Osiris running him down? It's gonna go for him as well about as it's gonna go for me. Which is not well. Vulcan is good if no one can get to him. But if you can get to him, he's very easy to deal with. Those are 3 warriors that are also good into Vulcan, because they all 3 rely on slows. This game is already cooked. I don't know why people did pause. It's fucked up. Cyrus blinked on. And because this is Seagull who has no life, he's gonna fucking zone me as well. Not only does he pick that shit, he also fucking zones me. Man, Seagull needs a fucking life. Why is he zoning? Like, can't even hit it. It'll probably be okay. I don't think I've missed that much. Because he's been zoning himself too. And I know he has trouble hitting the Osiris 1, so maybe this is actually not that bad. I think there's a winning chance in this game. Because it's piloted by an idiot. We'll be fine. Still can't believe he's fucking zoning though. Fucking hate zoners. Tragic. Fucking look at him, dude. He's still zoning. There is no one more shameless in the entire history of Smite than fucking Seagull. I'm saying it. He's still zoning. It's insane. Alright, it's just back. Jesus Christ. No one wants more ASR than Seagull. I swear to God. Granted, I want to put this out there too. I'm not being mad at him for zoning, even though I am. It is more in the that it's just boring because it's not gentleman rules, right? Like, I'm literally just being zoned here. I can't really walk up. I tried to have you pick the Osiris for me at first pick. I don't think you saw the chat. No, it's fine. It's Seagull. I'm sure he's gonna throw it anyway. It's just kind of tragic that Osiris showed up there. I noticed like, what am I pressing? Modred. Because that was fine. I was gonna hit level 5 of those creeps. I literally hit 5 as I died, which is just fucking tragic. Nice. Does he have... Osiris has Blink, by the way. Just want to let you know. And right now he's not a tank, so we could just kill him in 1 CC. But I think I forgot to say my thoughts before. I don't mind, like, I think zoning and stuff is a valid strategy. It's just boring to do in ranked against people you know. Because you're just disabling them to play the game. It's so fucking boring. It just screams you want SR more than anything else. I could do it every game, but I don't. Because it's not a competitive game. Like, why are we zoning? We want to win so badly that we just want to fucking zone people. It just seems really weird. I mean, I did not expect the fucking support here too. It's just always something, man. Maybe I just... Actually. Please tell me I can go into... Yes, I can. Thank God. I'm just gonna go for that shit first. Jack's gonna TP left with Osiris probably. Osiris all down. Yeah, I mean, once again, Osiris doesn't have beat, so like, it should be free late game too, once I actually have damage. Not to they also have Chuck support. Like, in general, they don't really have a good comp. Sometimes I wish I could stun this fucker. Fucking stop hitting my tower. Fucking Minotaur. Like, he just sneezes in my general direction and I take a million damage for it. It's fine. I think I'll be alright into Seagull here. He's too much of a cheesecake. Osiris all down again. I'll actually just take this. Just make sure no one else uses that to their advantage. Behind me. I'm so very diveable with my tower being this low. Okay. Oh, it's fine, man. It's just the fucking aspect. Nice damage. He just never stops throwing out once. Like, it's just... Wait, what's up, Kai? Don't know if Baka's rage quit or what happened there, but... My ult's up in 20. I can't say ult, check ult. I'm out of range. Can't really walk up here. I didn't see them on fire, at least. They're just on me. Yeah, I don't know why I listened. I shouldn't have checked. Yeah, I mean, it should be okay now. I just... Because I had to walk up and check fire, it was... He just showed up. That's Poseidon beats. Like, I truly feel like late game is for free. If we ever get there. Should have gotten a single ward at least, just so I can ward fire. Not that I think we could defend it anyway if they just went for it. They might be going to it now. They're not on fire. Maybe pyro. Guess I'll grab this wave before he spawns. They're starting fire. Hekate is low, no beats. I guess I need some kind of lifesteal in my build. I just already have pretty low power with all these items. Like, no higher than 60 power in any of my items here. Really not ideal. I think I just actually go Rot. Rot is probably just Bloodbound, so I have some kind of defense into their team. Bancroft gives good power if you're low, but if I get to the point where I'm low on power anyway. Osiris coming in here. Can we kill him? That's Stampede. There's your shutdown. It's on me. It's Kraken as well. Holy shit. They're using everything on me. Did you say we're gonna go Rot? I did, but think I'm changing it up. Now we're getting killed, so Deso can actually be used. I'm away. We all so on edge this game. It's kind of funny. We're so pissed and done with this game. How much do I need to? I can finish it actually. Fuck it. I want to get my bags. Then I can back. I'm back in 5 items. Yeah, I like this better actually, because then I can go Rod, and then I'll just finish it out with a Bloodbound. Getting 20 for my ult would be kind of nice. Let's see if I can get it. Nice. Hecate ult. Okay. I mean, I don't know why we're up there. We're fighting for no reason. We need to group first. I don't know. That just went badly for literally no reason. Like, Bacchus was kind of fighting for no reason, and yeah, I mean, Thor dying seemed like a really bad thing that he ended up dying there. I don't know where Q's ego suddenly came from. He's not nearly good enough to have such a big ego. Didn't lose any towers or phoenixes, at least, so far. Winnable. Should have just gone for red. I thought they were maybe potentially initiating, so. That's cracking down. Still not bad. If they just stay alive, like this is completely fine. It's very good for us, not losing any phoenixes off of all that. My ult did 1.7 to Osiris as well. He just has so much HP that it was only like half his HP. More power needed. Rod will at least help that quite a bit. I wish you could see somewhere how much power you got out of Rod. Yeah, thanks. Increased intelligence. I want to know the exact number. Yeah, be careful. We don't have Vulcan with us. They might TP behind. Both Chuck and Osiris are right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're just forcing shit for no reason, it feels like, when we don't need to. That ended up just being weird. 5 seconds for me. Yeah, I would have died anyway. Yeah, that's an agreed situation. I guess that's just all teamfight damage on my part. Didn't really do any. It's worthless. Honestly, none of this would have happened if we had just first picked the Osiris. That's all I'm saying. But that ended up being a very winnable game. If we just didn't int. And made shit calls. Like, I don't know why Q suddenly had a gigantic ego for no reason during that game. And sure, I mean, Kai probably could have played better. I don't doubt it. But him being weird about it is just cringe for someone who is nowhere near as good as he thinks he is. I think there's like a certain expectation. Like, I think it's fine to have an ego if you can support it. The amount of games that I see Q int is definitely a lot less than when I see Kai int. It's fine for people to have bad games. Doesn't mean you need ego when others have bad games. That just makes it weird. And now we're chaos, so I'm banning it. No Osiris allowed. It's actually true. I even hit 20 before Osiris. Actually a W. It was a solo div on our side. I mean, they dodging this or? Okay. Well, would you ban Osiris? Because he's completely broken. Maybe I do another Mulan game. If I'm into Herc, though, that's probably a pretty boring matchup. We're just going to slap each other forever with nothing happening. Maybe a Thor game. I was thinking Poseidon again, man. Stop picking it. I want to play it. Oh my god, bruh. Hmm. I'll play some Modred. It's been a long time. Oh no, the emoji was picked. Aspect or just Osiris? The Aspect. Aspect Osiris is very, very OP. And if you play it right, honestly, I don't really think there's any counterplay to it. In lane, that is. Like in team fighting and stuff, you can definitely focus him. But he just does so much damage for no reason. And it's not particularly hard to make it work. It's a huge queue. The NA folks came in. I might try a Warriors on this Modred. It will hurt my clear a bit though. I'm kind of tempted to just try and be as tanky as I possibly can. Fuck it, I'm going Aegis. They have such an Aegis comp. I already thought... I don't think I can. If I go Warriors, without having an Axe start, I just don't do any damage. Yeah, fuck it. No reason to change it if it's not broken. The big question is, do I do lifesteal build? Probably at least Devos. Never seen you play Modred. He was the first Radiant character I got. That's fine, it's still a free win. They have Seagull. He'll always int somehow. Yeah, none of them. Our whole team felt like they were win trading with the calls they made the whole time. Yeah, it was cooked. See, I'm not a zoner, but I could have zoned him at level 1. I'm just saying. But I don't do that. Because I don't feel like being an asshole. And I have some normal human decency that also adds to the whole factor. I'm not a scumbag. I can actually just keep going. It's a lot of things I'm not. But Seagull are all of those things. Also, before someone takes it serious, I am purely memeing. I love Seagull. He's a good dude. I looked away for a second. Herc blink. I didn't even really see it blink. Yes, blink again. So he's blinking into Mordred and turn? Okay. He backed, but he has no blink. He's coming here. He's gonna hit 5 before me. Might be an issue on the rocks. I got him. It's working a little too well for us. Way too clean. Just Modrol doing so much damage at level 5 on a level 4 target. It took like 60% of his health. Yeah, sure. Was that a double ult? Nice. Her cooldown. We can dive Herc, he doesn't have an ult. That's fine, I got him. The thing I have on this matchup that I obviously am very aware of is that my cooldowns are much lower than his. Hercules' cooldown early on with no cooldown at all is fucking atrocious. So while he can fight, once he is done using his abilities, he won't be able to for 12 seconds. That is a long fucking time not to be able to fight. In Smite 2, though, it's slightly different because the passive is so powerful, giving him so much power that he definitely can't box. So it isn't impossible for him, but okay. Don't actually want to dive him. Took a lot of HP. Or damage, I should say. I mean, Mordred and Arthur has the same thing in common, right? They will just always have their ults available in some way. They're also mortal enemies, so... Lore, I guess. But yeah, it's pretty fucking annoying. I guess I'll just do this. That's fine. Oh, it's Shimoja mid. Didn't realize. Tragic. I was really hoping I get my rank 1 ult back up. I can't tank for very long. Let's do a... Are they going crit? No. Shit. I'll do brawlers. They have enough healing to make it proc pretty easily. I do want to go very hybrid this game. I can probably do them. I think I'm fed enough at least. See if red's up. It's not. Unfortunate. Perk's missing. Tragic. Just not enough tower damage. Trying to commit. I mean, actually, Susan don't have any beats either. This is a good Mordred game and a CERN game. Sure, I'm away. I still think we do this. I'll go Genjis. For once, I don't want to just run people down with Sanguine. Just do maybe a bit more of a cooldown ending to this build. But fuck, I'm doing a lifesteal build though. Kind of splitting my builds. On my way. I have bomb. Can we do fire? We just stop at 1k. As usual. Always works. Alright, Herc knows. Oops. Smart. Guess I'll just grab these tall waves up here. Modric still is fun. I do like him. You just end up in that position where, about now, the carry is on their team. Maybe not because they're behind, actually, but we'll reach a point where I just get CC'd on one shot. That shit ain't gonna be fun. Okay, they're just killing all of them. Bye. Alright, I think I'll do this last game here. Poor Kai, dude. Kai having a rough game in the last one and then going into like god mode in this one and still losing. Sometimes shit just ain't it. Right. Deciding on what to watch next. So yeah, the next would just be grand finals. 3 hours and 30 minutes. I mean, it would take a while. Hey, Seagull. Appreciate the rate. Hope you had a good stream. Disgusting little sonar. Got a clip for you. Actually, yeah, I never saw this. What was this? Oh, that one. So what do you think about the Osiris aspect, huh? I think it's ready for release, honestly. Fuck it. I'll just watch the grand finals. Shut up. Clip is so mean. I'm joking. I have to keep like clarifying every time I say something mean about someone. I also have to clarify. I'm joking. I'm joking, man. Or am I? You never know. Dry bear. I miss dry bear, man. I like dry bear. Age 16. Favorite god Ra? Wait. I'm gonna have to go back and look at people here. Dude, where is this type of screen now? Well, it's in now. There's no competitive, but favorite god Apollo. That's a good one. We don't mind. He was 21 at the time? Huh. Was he the oldest in our team? Guan Yu? Ah, I forgot to ban. Fudge. Unless I'm still banning. No. Banning is done. Everyone's open. Forgot to ban. It's cooked. I wasn't even in the Osiris mood now. But I just refuse to deal with it. Don't think it's turbo OP though. You don't? I definitely think it's turbo OP. I think that shit's below level. I want it out. It's like Wukong level broken, I think. Early on, anyway. Late game, I think it is different, yeah. Guess I'm going Vulcan. I should have picked Giannis. I don't know if he picked it for himself. I can't tell. He's not communicating with me, guys. I'm talking to a wall. Should I give him Cuckoo? Oh, he keeps playing Vulcan, so I picked a Vulcan for him. I should have picked Giannis, though. Whatever. I mean, I guess I don't really mind playing this. It's just I didn't know if he was picking for himself or me. I don't really mind. I'm actually in the mood to play Vulcan, so I'll be down for this. Bring back DM Brandon. And in unison, everyone said, "No, please." think the first stuff that got me into Smite was a dude called Force Strategy Gaming. He still streams and does YouTube video stuff. He played Guan Yu, and that shit got me into it. He looked so cool, that Guan Yu guy. Holy shit. I want to do that. With his bongo drums and his red face. Now he's just... whatever. I don't care about him now. I'm so over him. He used to mean something. Back in the day. I think I'll just do a safe start into Bologna. I don't really win the pre-level 5 anyway. I mean, this screams ages, so... And I don't think he needs Blink. I think normal Osiris feels like he needs Blink. Aspect Osiris, not so much. Granted, it does make initiation easier, but... I think into their comp, I'll pass. Nuwa Tsukuyomi. I'll have 1 Aegis, please. The community needs a villain. I mean, that's probably kind of true. You'd be surprised how hate watching actually brings a lot of views. Just throw one back at him. He also went for a safe start. Okay. And he went Warrior's Axe too, and not Death Toll. Tanky Bologna? Six-minute queue. You'll get there, don't you worry. Bologna Sheldon. He made it so obvious by warding me. Tsukuyomi is here somewhere. I think we just leave imps. I don't think we can test. Alright, Bologna Tsukuyomi is too hard for us this early. Sukuyomi meltdown. He's low. What a fucking classic. Guess that's my blue gun as well. Fucking hate how junglers hit level 5 so much earlier, I really do. Solo has this weird spot where I guess it's both side lanes. It's just mid and jungle hit level 5 earlier than everyone else. I still hate when that happens. Blue's still up. Not too much lost, I guess. Alright, Nectura. Have a nice day. Knee levels. Kind of reached a spot where this is just not really great anymore, because, yeah. Just need to sit back. I mean, I'm just being sacrificed here. Suku down again. Actually, no, Suku didn't even ult. That's actually good for me getting a kill. I would have been really pissed if I didn't, because I'm just super getting sacrificed right now. We're just not doing anything on the right side. I think we can fight off after the next imps, Kai. I should be strong enough by now. Suku ult down again. Okay. I mean, that one's probably on my own, like my own fault. I need to stop walking up without Aegis. But like, what the fuck is that too? It's absolutely camping me. I mean, he knows how powerful the... It's April, like, he's fucking the reason basically I'm even playing this shit. It's just fucking worth. Ganesh SM right. Like, I'm fully just getting dove here. It's just getting really boring. Ganesh all down. It's my tower down as well. Good thing I have strong mental. Otherwise, I'd be down the drain by now. Some absolutely crazy amount of babysitting I'm witnessing here. I'm pretty sure I can even take Bologna now in a 1v1, as long as I have everything available to me. I got him. Blue is down anyway. I'll take the win, I guess, and tuck my tail between my legs and run away. Suku was on the right side. Wouldn't have been crazy for me to expect him there, I guess. That's his dash. That's both their shields down as well. Dude, what the fuck? I have 2 shields. It's fucked up start. I'm 1.2k gold behind. I really thought that was going to be a decent fight as well. Admit. Maybe I shouldn't have 2'd over the wall, because then I let them know I was there. If I just ran there normally, maybe I could have done more. Those who can't just get out, I guess. Did we get gold? Definitely going Stampede next. I'm not really worth much gold anyway, so I don't really mind sacrificing myself for gold. What I do need, though, is for Berlin to clear that fucking wave, so I can get some farm. I'm glad he didn't ult me. No wall combined with his 2 did so much damage, or 3. I'm not sure I realized you always have the insane Fatales autos. You only have int scaling, but what if you actually did like an auto attack build with this? Surely that can't be complete shit with just 3 Fatales. kind of needed that pause, boys. I don't know, people thinking it's f7, I guess, or f6. I'm just so far behind. I don't really think this matchup is that bad. It's just this early game has been so criminal. I guess we don't have enough pressure. I mean, I guess it's both lanes just kind of got screwed over. Is it? It's just that I guess a huge jungle issue at the moment where Suku is just running around doing things. It's cooked. Blown a shield on. I mean, this does look pretty rough the further in we go. I'll let the team decide. I'm coming mid. Bro, where the fuck did he go? We need to just step 6, guys. I don't think we have a chance of winning this. They have way too much jungle pressure. He shouldn't have warded. Now they know he's there. He's making noises. Think about Fire Giant right now. Just okay. That's insane. on my way to. Okay. They're all pretty low. I mean, I definitely could have played my early game better. Like, if I should have just expected April to camp me. I really should have. If he shows up once, there's a very high chance he's gonna show up again. I should have just not tried to fight. I was trying to utilize the kind of the best like levels of this aspect, which is around level 9, level 8, 9, 7-ish. Because I knew I could fight Bologna. But yeah, it was used against me. It's fucked up. When I wall crimed early on. Man, I don't think I can end the game like that. I guess I'll put more. Granted, like, as much as I was camped, it's rough when you can't do anything about it on like the opposite side of the map. I guess we were kind of losing in duo as well. Except for like killing the I guess the dancer. I mean, support with no wards as well is, yeah, that's kind of tragic. I actually don't really care what they say here. I just want to see the favorite gods back then. Fairy god Agni, that makes sense. Oh no, okay, so Lobster was older than Yongbei. What did I put as mine? Fred putting Ra as his favorite is interesting. Ah, and I said Apollo, okay. I guess maybe that's why we just chose Apollo. Lobster's old, he is. Yeah, that was my fat period. It's called Yongbei for a reason, but he was the second oldest. Actual liar. The best, Lasses, Sapman, Anatoly, and Shadowq. The best. Then ban him. He is lying. Pretty standard ban so far for this tournament. Funny called himself the best. Look at it this way. If he didn't make it to almost, like if he makes it into competitive, I think that is a good name. But if you meet this guy in casuals, and he's not that good, he's feeding on your team, then yeah, it's it's a bit awkward. But you gotta back it up if you choose a name like that. And he did. He did good. Freya made it down pretty far, but I guess. Oh shit, I forgot to ban. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's actually okay. It's a fucked up day. The baby. I don't have it open right now. I'm just listening to it. Do you guys see it? I can see it on my OBS though. It's just very small. Thanatos. Yeah, so this is like Trix just only played Warriors. I don't even remember if he played Gep. He probably did play it, but he just didn't want to. Maybe he likes being aggressive. Yeah, 4 warriors banned. 2 of them picked. No, 3 of them picked. Every warrior was picked or banned, I suppose. Who is actually left? Hercules. Hercules is left. I guess he was just considered shit at this point. Not even looked at. But at this point, I think this was before he also countered tier, because it ended up being the other way around. In the beginning of this, or just in Smite in general, the tier push would beat Hercs. That's not the case anymore. His 2 was smaller or thinner at least, but it went longer, but it was just generally harder to hit. Even though it's much smaller in Smite 2, it is much, much easier to hit in Smite 2. I mean, I feel like I have to go Blink, but not having beats into their comp is also really annoying, but I'll be tank anyway, so. And I'm against Yorm. Okay. I thought it was going to be his Thor. This is actually not a good matchup for me anymore. This sucks. I thirst only for death. Yeah, okay. At least this matchup shouldn't be that bad once I have an item or 2 online, but early on I don't think I can do anything. He will just breathe on me and I can't stop him from doing that. Not even my silence will help, I think. You can't silence his autos, can you? You generally can't, but he obviously has unique autos, so I don't know how that works. And because I'm against the magical... Dude, I'm against a magical character, so I can't start with regrowth either. Tragic. Probably just a sanguine into regrowth game. Aladdin is mid. Wait, who's the Thor? Okay. Thor jungle is pretty rough for me as well, because I didn't go beats. Fuck me, dude. I think I just sit back for the majority of my laning phase. That sounds like a plan. Ooh, look at these autos. Whew. Clean. Alright, that helps out a lot that he fucked up early. He just sank too many creeps. Imagine, yeah, I mean, 4 bans enough back then where it's just, there was barely any ghosts in the game. There's less than there are in Smite now. And back then, I can already tell you right now, they weren't nearly as broken. In like the same way, I guess. Obviously, there were gods that were powerful. Chuck was very, very broken, and he would be completely fucking busted if he was the same way now. But it's just different times. They weren't broken in the same way. And if they were, people didn't know how to use it yet. Also, that is an Aegis. Yorm. He's falling back. I'll just fall back. You might be able to catch him. Yeah, don't worry. I don't need it. Think I'll be okay. I need so little gold now that I can actually just finish it up. Oh, it's Sav, I didn't realize. It's a Shav on there. He's been happy with that Apollo lately. Seen him use that in the last few games I've been with him. Damn, I actually would have hit just out of range. Right trajectory. Trajectory. Thorough and your malts. Damn it. He must have been ganking about the same time I ulted then. That's really unfortunate. Actually this is a hardwood game. Fuck yeah, it is. Because I can use it on my I can double silence then. My aura farming went wrong. Shit. Damn. Now he caught up. Didn't get the kill, but I think I lost. I think I lost the full wave for that, unfortunately. I'll throw out a word for you. Fuck. Wrong creep died. Thor on right again. Fucking hell, man. I just wish I knew where that they were ulting or some shit. It's absolutely insane. Like, I don't want to have to sit in my tower as essentially a tank, but I might have to just because I can't. I don't have beats for Thor, so. I just am an easy kill for him. That's just the sad truth in this case. Yeah, I'm warning. It's really weird to get used to not healing on minions and stuff. Like, not healing on last hits does feel really strange. I haven't really used the aspect for a little while. Because until I finish regrowth, I just have way less healing overall. But at least regrowth will make up for the lack of healing that you lose on the aspect. Mid lane ETH went AFK at 6 minutes. Rough. That is pretty rough. Thor isn't right. Guess I'm losing my tower as well. I'll take an assist. I want some kind of damage in this build too, but maybe I need to wait. I think cooldown is more important. I think it's just a hardwood. Hardwood. Yeah, I'm going for him. It's just a Yorm diff. Fucking hell. I let an Aegis though. I'm not last hitting these very well. Keep forgetting about it. I'll go defend left. Get the vibe that I'm... I'll get him eventually. I really do hope that this will count my 3 as a heal, because otherwise I am buying hardwood for nothing. Not necessarily for nothing, I guess. I can use like 2 of my scythes, which is still decent. I'll just chase. Sure. Nice. Well, not if it's mine. Damn it! Speed buff is too addicting. It's the only good thing about jungle. Let me actually do this as well. Some old tech. I can push it right. How long cooldown is this? 120. It does count. Okay. I had to check. I should get up pretty fast with 2 healing abilities. Thor is backdooring and left. I think we just get out. This isn't really good. Surely this procs as well. Runeforged off of... It deals off of my protections. Okay, I mean, maybe I'm cooking here, actually. Or maybe this is complete dog shit, but we'll see. I'm gonna start Pyro. I feel like the one feels a little weird to aim sometimes. It's hard to flick it. I have doubled silence, by the way, so... I missed everything. I let it all down. And now I wish for wealth. Fuck, man. Just, it's so hard to sometimes tell when Aladdin is going to do all these fucking dashes. Just such a mobile character. I hate dealing with him as Thanatos. If I don't hit the silence, I should never go in for the scythe. Let's get some words. My side just disappeared. That was weird. So the hitbox was close enough to hit, but not to do the actual damage. Nice. Throw no hammer. Throw no hammer. An Aegis. He wasn't expecting the double silence. Yeah, sure. Are you okay? Apple ulting. They're all going in us. Whew. That was a bit close. Did anyone beats? Oh yeah. I can land on someone and double silence them. I don't think I can one-shot by myself though. I think they're on Pyro. No, they're not. Let's just jump. I think we just fall back and get ready for fire. Choose the sentry before I go. Now I have another way out at least. Even if I ult in, I can still bore out. Apollo ulting in. Thor's too far away, he's not here. I think maybe we just push them up, so we don't get split pushed on. Damn. Let's just do this then. Now I just gotta use all my healing abilities. No double silence for me for a little while. Yeah, don't push up, guys. They're all coming to you. We can just stunt. Alright, I'm done for now adapting. GG's. That build worked out way better than I expected. That was really fun too. It's just all the proccing on the silences, and then I just do it twice. That's actually really fun. It's rough in lane though. Like, Thana is just one of those characters that if you don't get an early lead, or at least just don't fall behind, you'll be okay, but Thana is so hard to play from behind if you ever reach that point. Alright, I'll leave on that one. That was a fun one. I want to watch the League World stuff that I've been. I gotta catch up on that shit. There was some matches earlier, and yeah, I mean, it's been going for 6 hours too. So yeah, thanks guys, really appreciate it, and yeah, I will see you guys. Wait, is the patch tomorrow? Did it delay the patch? Oh, whatever. I guess I'll figure that out. If it's that patch tomorrow, I'll stream tomorrow. If not, then I'll probably not stream tomorrow.